We gaming? Are we gaming? I'm gaming. The game I am playing is Final Fantasy XIV. Hello, and welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. In this episode of Final Fantasy XIV, episode 14, no, it's actually part 10, but... Gotta hear most. Last time we met Yugiri! You know, that face? The face only a mother could love. Actually, I just realized the irony of that statement. Never mind. I take that back. That was actually a very ironic joke. Whoops. And also we met Teleji Adeleji. Also, Raubon's here. Say hi to Raubon. That's... Like, look at that face. Look at that face. The face only a mother could love. Wait a minute. Such devastation. No, that was 2 streams ago. Such devastation was 2 streams ago. But I got my notes. I got everything ready. So, hopefully I do okay. And for now, talk to Raubon. As you observed, Lolo Rito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Oft have I wondered how a man so skilled at weighing the worth of things should be so incapable of seeing the value in people. Bah! I will waste no more words on him, not when the Dolmens are yet in need of aid. Everyone, follow me to the Hall of Flames. Okay. Where... Hold on. Aetheryte Plaza. Yeah, it's always the top of the list. Why am I looking through the entire list? So weird coming out of here and seeing all these quest icons. Usually I come out of here, there's nothing on the map. Now I'm seeing these quest icons and being like, wait a minute, help? Why are there quest icons everywhere? That's the devastation. Quest icons. The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving that the matter be reconsidered. The Monitress have made their position clear. Agreed. Ul'dah is not an option. Nor are Limsa or Gridania, I judge, given the state of their internal affairs. Which leaves our Doman friends confined to a ship. Gods, the thought of them huddled in an airless hold with no hope of better treatment. Would that I had more time to find an alternative, a place not bound by the concerns of the great nations. Minfilia, that is precisely what I wish to discuss. Alphino has a plan. I understand the Syndicate's decision, I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept this judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultanate to accept us for a limited time? A week mayhap? Or even just a few days? Excellent, I shall keep you informed. Lady Yugiri, I have a proposal if you would hear it. I mean, this is Alphino's, like, best plan. A patent Alphino plan. He bats pretty well. Alphino has a pretty good record. Out with it, Master Alphino. The headquarters of my order, the Science of the Seventh Dawn, stands in a place called Revenant's Toll, an outpost in Moidona. Hello, Robsonic. Like most outposts, it's frequented by mercenaries and other men of action. It lacks the comforts of a more well-established settlement. However, the leaders of Revenant's Toll have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands, hard labor lest you doubt, with not safe food and shelter by way of reward. Terms not unlike those which you yourself proposed, Lady Yugiri. Though I will not hear a word against our beloved Ul'dah, Revenant's Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. If they can accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Alphino, once again I find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labor and few comforts, as I told you. And before that, there remains the matter of how they may safely be borne to Revenant's Toll, which will be no small feat, considering the distance and their present condition. Mayhap the Old Dawn Adventurers Guild can be of assistance. Look for me there, anon, Wesk. Lady Yugiri, if you and your people would accompany me, we may discuss what aid the Immortal Flames can provide. It's called protection. Gotta write my notes. I'm always gonna be making my notes. Yeah, people could have been thinking a lot of things for Yugiri. Yugiri could have been basically anything. And then she turned out to be a dragon lizard. We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to Revenant's Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard their ship, with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Momodi has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set out for Mordona. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. Dragon Lady, yes. And they do kind of look like ears in that getup. Like, when you know what she looks like, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. What news? Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is there aught the Immortal Flames can do? I fear that exceeds our mandate. Were it a smaller number, mayhap it would go unnoticed. But the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 Domans to Mordona. When government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us private citizens. They look like Yoda ears almost, yeah. I will engage the services of the 77 caravans on the Doman's behalf. Very well. We should begin contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all that has befallen these good people, it is the least I can do. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend in Ul'dah, Lady Yugiri. And you in Revenant's Toll, my lord. I gotta make that note. Adelegy. Well, it sounds like we all have work to do. Lady Ugiri, let's put our heads together and settle the details of our arrangement, shall we? I would entrust the task of escorting our Doman friends to you, after you have rested your own road-weary legs, of course. What say you? Sir, I walked to the end and still did not take a break. What are you talking about? Do you have any idea who you're speaking to, Alpha No? The answer is no, you have no idea. Is that... Okay, that's... I'm gonna do this the manual way, because... I'm not gonna use controller just because... Make that easier on me. I forgot to do Grand Company stuff. Oh well. I need to do that sometime offline, because, like... I want to keep this series going. I want to just keep it going. Focus on the story. Focus on learning controller. Yugiri's game. As we speak, the Domans prepare for departure at Vespa Bay, wherefrom they will be transported by carriage to Ul'dah. That said, it has all been decided rather suddenly, and would not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Wesk, I would have you return to Vespa Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, whatever must needs be done, do it. Speak with a man named Honzon when you arrive. As Lady Ugiri tells it, he has been designated the leader of the first group. Wesk online? When am I ever not online? I'm always online. Basically. Also, unfortunately, if you read the current patch notes, you would know that they increased the Vespa Bay Aetheryte tickets by, like, 3 times the amount? 4 times the amount? This 15 should be more like 80. They give you so many Vespa Bay tickets now. It is stupid. Any player who plays after patch 6.55 should never complain about returning to the Waking Sands. They have no idea. No, they didn't get tired of people going to Horizon. We got tired of going to Horizon before they added these tickets in. They tripled the amount you get now, though. It's ridiculous. Greetings. Alphino informed me that a scientist would be arriving to help with the preparations. I am honored to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. Actually, I'm an adventurer. Also, I'm a dragoon. I knew from the glance that what a man you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many of our people. Pray forgive this trifle, but might I trouble you to help round up the children that have given unto my care? They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight. Perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. You have my thanks, friend. Pray seek out my son, Yozan. He can tell you more. He's up here, right? Yeah, he's right over there. Oh, he's up there, right? And again, they give you Aetheryte tickets now. After the first time you go to Vesper Bay, you just teleport back every time. Oh, hello there, I'm Yozan, son of Hozan. You'll be coming with us to Ul'dah, and you were traveling by horse-drawn carriage. But you don't think they're queer? Giant birds that people ride like horses? Don't want to try riding one, but... What's that? You're looking for the others? Don't worry, I told him to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help, though. We're just finishing a game of hide-and-seek. 3 players are still in hiding, and since the Lady Yugiri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big. I bet you can find them in no time. Well, there's one... Aren't they... They're along this wall, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember if they're right outside. Okay, no. Bird. Because it'll go faster. Actually, let me talk to them, too. Is there one in here? No, they're only behind it. Oh no, did they remove this one? Huh. I thought there was one back there too. Or am I thinking of a different quest? Okay, yeah, they are behind here. I knew there was one along the wall. I'm Koharu. I didn't know anyone else was... Wait a minute, you're one of those, stallions, aren't you? Good morning, Tatsuma. No, Scions! And you must know Lady Yugiri, too. Yeah, no, they give you so many tickets now, it's dumb. Now, where's the other one? Oh, wait, they're on top of the building, right. I remember there was one here... I just forgot they're on top of the building. How'd you find me? Bah, I guess I need to practice more. Maybe you're just good at this? I mean, the Garleans didn't find me. Ooh. And then this is the one people seem to always miss. Tadaru, you should be here too helping. Lazy. Also trying to figure out bird. You know, they're not in here. See, even I forgot where this one is. They weren't inside, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. The flying controls seem fine. Cause, like, it's basically just normal flight. But you got, like, slightly more control over it just cause controller. You have more, like, fine precision. No, they're not on the dock. I stopped looking, I was explaining the flying. That was me just flying around for, flying. Actually, weren't they in this building? No. I swear one was in the building. Also, this used to not be here. You used to not be able to go on here. This is all new. Okay, I got that one. I got that one. Alright, the carriage is here. That scared me. Like, what is this big yellow thing in front of my face? They're not under there. That's a cat girl. Not a Doman. That's a Nedrick Ironheart. Yeah, where are you? I mean, that's the whole point, is that they're all ninjas. That's just Doman society for you. I'm gonna take a little closer of a look inside. That guy's dead. Got hide on cooldown for real. Yeah, I got this one. That's... Oh, they're behind the carriage. I don't remember this spot. Did they move them? I do not remember this spot being a thing. Or is there random spots? Because I don't remember in my playthroughs... Because I've done A Realm Reborn like 4 times now. I don't remember this being a spot. I do not remember there ever being a kid standing in this spot. Wonderful, the children are counted. Hide and seek. I see that you are curious. It's quite simple, really. Lady Ugiri thought it best that the children know what to do in case of Garleans finding us. Ooh, excuse me. I should hope that those days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. Leaving behind Bunshin, oh my god. That'd be so terrible. Okay, hold on, go and help. The fact that they're playing hide and seek is more than just hide and seek. They're hiding from the Garleans, as they said. And then this one, why we adventure? The first caravan is due to depart shortly. So, we skipped like 4 quests. Well, probably more like 3, or maybe it's only 2, I don't remember. But there were 2 other quests. Number 1... there was one where you had to carry boxes. There was a box with armor in it that you had to carry from, like, down here all the way over to the carriage, then come back, get yelled at because scales were falling out of it, follow the path again, picking up scales along the way, and then come back, turn that in, and then a second one, an angry old man who refused to get into the carriage because chocobos smell. And in the duration of that quest, you would sniff a chocobo. You would sniff the chocobo. This is not a joke. This is a real thing. You would sniff these chocobos. And so you would have to get perfume and all that, specifically just to cover the smell. You would have to try and cover up the smell just to make sure the old man would get it. It might even be Home. Home might be the old man. Yeah, I think he is. Did he say anything about it? No, he just says about them being fascinating. However, this quest should have been kept in the game, because it's good backstory, or good, good backstory, good world building, because, Kozan mentioned, or was it Yozan? Yozan mentioned, wanting to ride horse birds and them being weird, but this guy really drives home the fact that these people have never seen a chocobo before. Well, yeah, in the quest, you make this mask for him. This mask you make for him, and it's filled with, like, perfume or whatever. You give him this mask as part of the quest to make sure he can stand the smell. But again, it's good backstory and good world building, because Domans do not have chocobos. They have horses, but they have never seen a chocobo. So between these quests, you get this really huge amount of world building of Doma's a very different place that just, these things don't exist. They have never seen these things. So the fact that they're so smelly, and the fact that it doesn't really bother anyone else in Eorzea, is basically just like living in the south or living in farmlands. You just get used to it and forget that it smells bad. Eager to be off, are you? Aye, well, I've meant to have a word with ye about that. Running from the Blade says he might have a problem. A fierce-looking beastie's been sighted south of the bridge to Himalaya. Might as well someone's eyes are playing tricks on him, of course. Better pay up a gamble in the business. Now I think you can handle yourself in the fight. So go take care of it. So yes, we should have still sniffed the chocobo. The Zayla have a new predator to watch out for. No, I'm pretty sure Sadhu would hunt chocobos to extinction. Sadhu alone would hunt them to extinction. She'd do it for sport. Crazy woman that she is. Or no, crazy man she is. Get... Look. I just realized I made like 3 mistakes in there. I'm just giving up. The lore behind them is really hard. And somehow they got all the way here. Bring red chocobos to this step. No. No, 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 no. That wouldn't make Sadhu angry. That would make the player base angry. Because the red chocobo is an easy fight. Yeah, I said it. If you're afraid of red chocobos, you're just bad.
Chaos.
Has nothing to do with what's going on, but Tatsuma asked for.
Chaos.
So I gotta give some.
Chaos.
Because.
Chaos.
Yeah, Reflect has 99 charges. The.
Chaos.
Of that fate, easy. Just spam Reflect. And then if you still get hit with.
Chaos.
Then you're good. Odoblue, there is no cats anywhere.
Huh? A cat.
Yeah, none here. That's a chocobo.
Huh? A cat.
No, it's a bird.
Huh? A cat.
A horse bird, actually. So no, that is not a cat.
Huh? A cat.
Shut up, Ryuji. So there was a beastie, was the operant word, eh? Haha. Yeah, okay. Final Fantasy Tactics is different. Final Fantasy Tactics is very different to this game. It's bad for one. Well fought, sir, well fought. If I were in better health, I would have been proud to stand at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. I didn't see no Mikote. There was Mikote? Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had he been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Yugiri's kinsmen least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life. All this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? I think I just gotta tell. It's the same guy as last time. The same guy who invited me last time and then disappeared into a duty. Just asked me to join his FC again. I still at least am glad he's not spam just immediately inviting. But dude forgot my name. Back to Prey? No back to Praetorium. Oh, with him, yeah, sure. In kind, father, to she who has given everything, we shall give it our all. Whatever work there is to be done shall be done without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Just join an FC so they can't spam invite you? I mean, I could join my own FC. Not like I have anyone to invite me to my own FC. You made an FC called Earplugs on your story alt. That's fair. I could also just turn on the busy status. Also, yeah, there's a status you can set to ignore FC invites, but that's the FC invites. This is tells. I would have to go to busy to turn off tells. Hey, Mr. West Koru, and I want to know why you became an adventurer. To gain power, to win glory, to amass a fortune, to go whither the wild rose blooms. I like power. I guess technically an ultimate legend, by the way, is glory, so glory. All of the above, yes. Glory, like bringing honor to your family, you mean? Yes, father always goes on about that. My turn now. Excuse me, Mr. West, I got a question. What's Revenant's toll like? Is it pretty? It's a stone throw from an Imperial castrum? I like this answer too much. Ha! You can't fool me. No one had ever lived that close to a castrum. Liar, liar, breach is on fire. And then she was shocked to learn that there is indeed a castrum within eyeshot of the toll. Enough, Koaru. It's my turn again. Mr. West, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? Buy weapons and armor from Rowena. Technically not wrong. Technically not wrong. New experiences and adventures. Go to the new world. Get eaten by a morble. course, to be a better adventurer, you need to go adventuring. Alright, that's enough questions for Mr. Wesk. That's not fair. Why does Yozan get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Not a plug-in. Really? Then I will. Thanks for advice, Mr. Wesk. I won't forget it. And then, Yozan was found dead a week later. Which is good that we're in a time bubble, which means a week hasn't passed yet. Maybe while we're in the new world, a week will have passed. I'm gonna be an adventurer too! When we get to Revenant's Toll, let's make an adventurers guild for Domans! We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Mr. Wesk and Lady Ugiri! He was found dead a week later. Yeah, just like Mr. Wesk and Lady Ugiri! We could talk more about it in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? I see you, Ava. I saw that, Ava. It's in my chat. I can see it in my chat. You can't fool me. The chat does not lie. Well, guess what? I teleported. You cannot defeat my overwhelming teleportation power. Hey, Ethernet, Adventures Guild. You were hidden in the chocobo carriage? I mean, I was in cutscene. Hi, Pyareo. Enjoy your death. Ah, Wesk, I take it the first group has arrived? Excellent. Is there aught else? No. I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Ugiri should travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. Slaying accessory, thank you. Inventory. $96 now. All due respect. It's past time Lady Ugiri met with the guild representatives in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thanalan which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slaffborn upon your arrival. He is the one with whom the Domans will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Ugiri to Minfilia and the guild emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting tie should stand the Domans in good stead for that which is to come. Safe travels, Wesk. Slaffborn. I see you there. You were... Oh, that was you on the Topaz Carbuncle? Well, no, Blue Carbuncle is better. Blue Carby's the only correct Carby. It's morally correct. Revenant's Toll. And this must be the esteemed Lady Ugiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries off-putting. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. Get that girl a blender. Ruby Carbuncle. Pfft. Wow. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slathborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you needn't bow your head or call me master either. We are both frontier hands, as far as I'm concerned. As you wish, Slathborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Don't worry, Bergie, I'm judging you. Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent. 7 hells, West, what are you wasting time on me? See them to the rising stones. Mr. Mysterious Man, Outlandish Man in the background still. Yeah, you and your broom. I'm running circles around you now. What do you say about that? What do you say to that, huh? Getting circles run around you? But yeah, that dialogue basically didn't make sense, because, like, look at all of this. Like, that made no sense. Like, look at everything here. This place is pretty fortified and all that. Like, we got roads and grass and a Lalafell standing in the middle of it. And another Lalafell standing in the middle of it. And a rabbit sweeping up. But, like, yeah, this is pretty fancy. If you did not know, back in the day, Revenant's Toll did not look anything like this. Revenant's Toll looked like garbage. None of this was built. It was, like, tents at the best. It was complete, just flat ground. As the patches went by, they slowly built it up over time, along with the story. So playing during A Realm Reborn, you would actually watch as the toll started as just this flat garbage land and slowly grew into the bustling adventurer hub that it is now. Slowly but surely it built up. And so now it looks like this. No, this is the wrong Carby. My Chocobo shall my Pisces will surround you and show you are wrong. And then the same thing happened for Idleshire in Heavensward. Idleshire looked like garbage and there was rubble everywhere. And it was basically impossible to get around, like, the whole thing. But they slowly built it up over the patches until eventually Idleshire became what it looks like now. That giant building Rowena's in, that building did not exist. There was no building. That was complete ruins, open air. None of it. None of it existed. However, what did exist is Hoary Boulder. This little thing is nothing compared to what the Dolmens have endured. Hoary Boulder is great. See, we got Ida just sitting here. What if it had sprung a leak? Boats can do that? What? And Tataru just being Tataru. Always so useless. And no, it will be Paisas. Yeah, that's what you get for trying to say Topaz Carbuncle is better. You forget your tribals. Yeah, I said it. I said that about Tataru. 'Tis no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Baldesion continue to meet with failure. Orianger has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will preserve, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of what we already know. You can't yell at me because you don't have a voice. True. How fare the Dolmens? I'm given to understand you were kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. No, I played one game of tag and that's it. Or, not tag, hide and seek. Mayhap you question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unresolved? I should not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our normal purview. But be it as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it was within our power to help them. You are giving me a very pointed look. Good news, I can't see it. The screen is only one way. Lady Ugiri is here. Please show her in. I would very much like to meet her. Ooh. So I gotta make all my notes. These are important, as always. I will say that forever. We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing. Yeah, Bergie, I mentioned that earlier. It is too late for me to get the bazillion Vesper Bay Aetheryte tickets that the patch gave. Why are you watching my stream in a car? Why are you playing FF14 in a car? Turn your car around and find a parking spot. Your answer, and then also go in your house. Your answer pleases me beyond words, my lady. But are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's toll could not accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together. As ever, it has been a pleasure. Antecedent, alas, we must take our leave as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slaffborn, Lady Ugiri. Wesk? You walked into that one? I thought you drove into it. You're in a car. For that one, I just cracked into a huge smile. That one even amused me. That one even amused me. Lamin and I will make the necessary preparations to ensure that our Doman friends feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit that I'm still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Wrecked. Y'shtola should be returning anon with a report from a field. Mayhap you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival? People are talking! Doors are opening! Cat girls walk in! Rex like Ava's car.
How's the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
Graymus is once again asking, what is this?
Huh? A cat.
Who is this?
Huh? A cat.
Y'shtola is?
Huh? A cat.
You're welcome.
The plot thickens.
You want so many drugs you don't know what you're talking about. Fair enough. You should focus on getting better.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning Ifrit with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
Leviathan, Leviathan.
That is the way of it, I fear.
Yeah, go join my Discord. And hello, Rush.
Conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
One moment. Whoops, you fell down trying to wave.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Echo narcolepsy. Go.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless ones.
You have spare Neosporin if Bergie needs it. That's a joke that only makes sense if you're watching my Persona playthrough.
And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary?
Oh, Elidibus.
We have outstayed our welcome.
Okay, bye. We're not gonna help you escape.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
AKA, this is very important.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a Primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
Primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
Graymiz, no, incorrect. This is patch 2.2. Ninja wasn't until, like, patch 2.4, 2.5, I forget which. One of those patches.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
Yes, it's a teaser. Yes, correct. The game launched with 9 jobs. Well, no, Xehanorto. Rogue did not exist. There was no such thing as rogue or ninja. Rogue did not exist. There was no Rogues Guild. Okay, so it wasn't even about... Yeah, Rogue is a base... No, it's not. Rogue is not a base class you can choose. You cannot start as a rogue. You cannot start as a rogue. Rogue is just not an option. Go make a new character right now. You cannot pick rogue. The closest you can get is picking Arcanist, Warrior, or Arcanist Marauder, and then afterwards going to the Rogues Guild after level 10. You cannot start as a rogue. And obviously you can't start as a ninja, but you cannot start as a rogue. You have to start as Marauder or Arcanist, then at level 10 class quest, complete that, then go become rogue. That is the shortest, absolute shortest way to become a rogue. But okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, we will get on the Leviathan quests. Well, be right back. If I could find my break thing, there it is. Sorry, that took me a little bit longer than I meant to. But also, to finish on what was the ninja thing. No, you cannot start as any other class. You must start as Arcanist or Marauder if you want to be a rogue as soon as possible. Because you cannot leave Vilbrand until after completing the main story up to level 15. And that means you also cannot leave the mainland until the level 15 Envoy quest. The path between the mainland and Vilbrand, you cannot cross. That's just, no, it's just completely disabled. So, Wall, Gridania, and Ul'dah, you can just travel back and forth freely, even if the main story quest doesn't take you there until after becoming an Envoy. Limsa, you have to start in Limsa. And you cannot leave Limsa area. The fairies just do not work until you get through the main story. Yeah, you can, however, get to level 90 without leaving Vilbrand. Plainly, should the worst come to pass, the Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experience, you may very well think that eventuality is inevitable. Shimoki, welcome! I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, you could be a fisher and go ocean fishing. Yet so long as there is even a chance that Primal's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all of our efforts toward achieving that goal. Yeah, Wrath. It was Wrath that made that video. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Lim Solominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. So anyway, Lim Solominsa. Don't get too deep into fishing unless you like pain. No, fishing can be plenty profitable. Like, nowadays, the meta of money has shifted. Shut up. But like these, the Perero, Halter, Briefs, Marrow, these curl things, these used to be from fishing. Or is this the map one? Curl might be the map one. These might be the one for map. But like, some of the bathing suits, they were from fishing, and only fishing. So if you were a big fisher, you could desynth the fish to get... It might be the blue one? It might have been these. It might have been the sea breeze. That you get this from fishing. Yeah, back in the day, though, like, you could get a lot of money just from going after these. Hold on, I'm about to sneeze now. Okay, I think I'm free. Free from the sneezing. Yeah, I am very correct. It is Descents of the Giant Shark. And also, I think Thunderbeard? I think Thunderbeard also had one. I think. I mean, I would know because I actually got one. When I was doing my big fishing, when I was doing a Realm Reborn big fishing, I actually got the the bathing suit out of it. I think it was the Perero that I got. And back then it was like a mil. Like a mil each. So that was a good chunk of change I got right there. Just from that one lucky draw. Like, nowadays, fish can get used in some high-end recipes. For, like, cooking recipes. And so that could be a good profit. Ah, Wesk of the Scions, your presence is most welcome. I'm chagrined that we must turn to you again to lay Titan... excuse me. After you lay Titan low. Dinner is not agreeing with my stomach. It's not anything like I feel ill or anything, it's just... It's not happy with me. No doubt this is yesterday's news to you, but the Lord of Crags has returned more ferocious and formidable than he was before. I already killed him. Oh wait, no! This is that side quest. Oh, I'm supposed to go to... Okay, never mind. I went to the wrong place. I was supposed to go here. And then this way. Because that's the guy I need. You are expected. Pray take this lift to the command room. Hello, worst leader. Worst of the three, by far. Go talk to leader. No. Welcome, friends. I take it Y'shtola has apprised you of the situation. Let us waste no time, then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I'm not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the Scion's support in this endeavor. But if, gods forbid, our efforts should come to naught, I need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands, like he does now. I didn't say less awesome. I said the worst. Lady Minfilia, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have the soundest reasons for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn But I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with mine own eyes. Is that so? Well, I'm not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Oh, Bergie, you also forget that Melwib herself is the one who perpetuated those war crimes. Wesk, Maelstrom scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagan movements within the Sabsa spawning grounds. Upon completion of their mission, they will return to the operation staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, so that you might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Falk Breda has charge of the garrison. Besides, it doesn't matter, they're both worse than Raubon. I've been expecting you, signs of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan summoning. As you may already know, the Maelstrom scouts have dispatched to reconnoiter in the Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe like the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Oh, excuse me. You know, my body does not like dinner. It was tasty, though. Among other things, I have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, their return is long overdue. I feel that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it is not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. Go find 5 idiots who got captured. Got it. Oh wait, it's only 1 now? It used to be 5, I'm pretty sure. Hungry West Coasters need to daydream. It was like a Parmesan soup? With like pieces of onion and pepper in it. And orzo pasta. To me, it was like similar, like adjacent to pasta visual. Like not quite the same, but adjacent to it. So like think pasta visual, take out the beans. Instead make it onion pepper and red bell pepper to be specific. Oh, forgetting my buttons. I mean, even without flight, this was easy. All you had to do was just run. Ignore the enemies, just run. Unless this was back in A Realm Reborn, where if you got attacked while mounted, you actually got heavied. Yes, fun fact. If you were mounted and took any damage, you would get a very, very, very annoying heavy status. So, like this. Oh, that's a Fade enemy. Those are Fade enemies. Fade enemies. These aren't. So this. Oh, I'm heavy now. I run much slower. And also remember, max run speed used to be like this. This used to be max run speed instead of... Oh, no, I can't even do that. I can't go between max... Like, this is, like, minimal speed and, like, max speed. But, like, max mount speed used to be a lot slower. We didn't have the speed ups. Base mount speed was the mount speed you got. So, basically, you were sprinting everywhere. Mounts basically are sprint speed. And that's as fast as you got. Y'all have it extremely easy nowadays. You have it extremely easy. There's so many things they've gotten rid of. You return, thank the navigator. You helped people. And also here's some dead bodies. These wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. There's a savagery no bounds. Enemies say no, they go too far. I dread to think what may have become the two who remain unaccounted for. I pray they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operations. The war horns will sound at any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. Slaying? Actually, what's the refending one? Tenacity? No, never mind. Also, I would like to say again, this is another part they shortened. This used to be like 3 or 4 quests as well. You didn't just immediately go to the Gift of Eternity, you had to do a whole bunch of work. Thrice damn fishback bastards, I'll kill them slowly, then chase their rotten souls through all the 7 hells. Yeah, when they added the speed increases, it was huge. Going out of your way to get all the riding maps was so worth it. Peace, Commander. We are here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand, savvy? My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass at the Aetheryte in the depths of the Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready, but we await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin are tightening security in and around the spawning grounds. Our frontal assault is to be met with fierce resistance. Be it what... But we are not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Sapsa Aetheryte and eliminate the Sahagin priests presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. Also, I think we also skipped a part where we were supposed to go meet Trachiorm, the guy from the Titan quest. I'm pretty sure we came here... Originally, we came here during the Leviathan quest as well. That's one of the quests they cut. So they actually removed his second appearance. The Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagin's legion. Be mindful of the lay of the land. Blah, blah, blah. Planning stuff. This is boring. That's boring stuff. In the wise, we shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defensive efforts. Oshinistola, you two are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversion should serve to thin enemy defenses, rendering your path less perilous. Translator's note. It was not less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Thancred and Ugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take to your heels and circle round to join the infiltration unit of Y'shtola and Wesk. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetheryte, accompanied by Lady Minfilia, as was agreed. Well, don't let me keep you. Friends, to battle! When last did we fight side by side, Wesk? Too long, I warrant, but come, let us away. Took a nice big drink. And now we fly, you fools! Gotta make my notes. I mean, you don't need flight. Flight is nice, but you don't need flight. A lot of people somehow go through the entire game without ever getting flight. I know people who have gotten all the way through basically the main story, and they just, you know, they just never unlocked flight. For whatever reason. Why? I don't know. Ask them. Huh, see, Bergie, I still have my Aether Compass on. Go look in basically any of my videos, you can see my Aether Compass is on. I always have my Aether Compass available. Yeah, exploring on the ground lets you get atmosphere and all that, and like actually exploring. You can't explore when you just fly past everything. A challenge run where someone RP walks everywhere. Does that include during duties? Are you allowed to run normally during a fight? Or do you have to RP walk in the fights as well? Counterpoint, Xehanordo. Just don't get ambushed, easy. Just don't, forehead. Oh, you don't know what RP walk is? So look how slow I'm going. That key tap you're hearing is numpad /. If you press numpad /, you go into RP'd walk mode. And you can't see it behind the chat, but also the, like, clock thing and where it says your server, that also gets a little, like, person to indicate you're in walk mode. Also, you need this button, actually. If you ever want to do Eureka, this is a button you need. Because in Pagos, there are these dragons. You wanna know how you get past the dragons? You RP walk. If you do not enter RP walk, even when mounted, like, doing it while mounted works, I'm pretty sure. But if you do not RP walk past the dragons, they will wake up, and they will one-shot you. Even on a tank, they will one-shot you. No, Ava, if you're the one that wakes them up, they target you. So me sauntering around on my little puppy, like, look how cute he is. Look at this cute puppy sauntering along. It's so adorable. So while this is adorable, in Pagos, it's absolutely required. Do it or die. Oh, you don't know Deep Dungeons either? Ooh, deep dungeons are fun. And by fun, I mean painful. Have fun in Palace of the Dead to floor 200. Hardest challenge in the game, by the way.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Did I miss much?
Yes. That's not even how the animations work. That is not how Raiton works. Yugiri, you're cheating.
So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans.
Zeranorto, you are not supposed to go in solo. Palace of the Dead is not made to be done solo. Solo Palace of the Dead is something you do after you understand the basics and the advanced stuff, and basically are a god at the game. I do not hyperbolize when I say I personally believe Necromancer is the single hardest task in the game. Because a single attempt takes like 8 hours at the speediest. Like maybe even more than that. A single attempt is hours and hours and hours of work to even get to the beginning of an attempt. A solo Palace of the Dead run doesn't start until floor 151. And that much is arguable. Some might say until 161 or even 170 run 1. A run does not start until the absolute lowest floors. Normal Palace of the Dead, you're meant to do as a party. You are meant to do as a party. Solo Palace of the Dead? Yeah, no, you need tons of prep and special items unique to Palace of the Dead just to even survive. Anyway, gotta make my note.
But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Being a gladiator is more elegant than being a ninja, apparently. No, enemies don't get any tanky until at least 101. 91 plus, that's still super easy. That's still casual floors. It's not until after casual floors that things start getting, like,
To the Aetheryte.
at all. However, most important scene in the entire game right here. That stupid twig. That stupid twig.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
One thing I approve of that shot for, like, the Sahagin are jumping in slow motion. Melwerb is not in slow motion. Melwerb is going at full speed.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Like, Melwerb is just, like, she blinks at normal speed, she pulls up her guns at normal speed, while the Sahagin are flying through the air at slow motion. That's just, like, super hilarious, and, like, no, that's just super cool. I like that moment. I actually really like that moment.
Long have you shriveled Sorewalkers, tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end!
Your time is only beginning!
You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
So, in extreme text, they are telling us right here, this is indeed the power of the Echo.
Such power! It is transcendent!
Glowing dark like an Ashian, with the power of the Echo.
Seven hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal.
So yes, the Echo and Ashian powers are the same thing. This is the power of the Echo.
O mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Just shoot them all! See, like that!
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
Well, technically she only shot them after the ritual.
My being, am the way. It should by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting
and goodbye.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon.
So I find it extremely interesting that every other primal is shown to speak, including Ifrit. But like the most we get of Leviathan speaking is only during the fight with him.
Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates.
He does not yell at us like, I'm going to destroy you, shore walkers, and then leaves. He just does a normal monster roar and then leaves.
Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
More notes. So yeah, the ability to transfer bodies and all that, that's, yeah, no. Oh yeah, Bismarck also does not speak during, does Bismarck speak even during the trial? Because Leviathan at least speaks during the trial, like I said, but before the trial does not. Understand, I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements. If his last attempt is any guide, we cannot suffer history to be repeated. Yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? By giving me money, loser. Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none, of that you may be sure, but Limlane herself would struggle to best the Lord of the Whirl in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and matchwood of us. I don't know, let's ask Limlane instead. We need another plan, and that much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. Leviathan, 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 Leviathan. Now where am I going? That direction. No, wrong button. Yes. Grammars, I wouldn't go too deep into that stuff.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western London.
We're in a realm reborn after all.
Hearthstone, 'twas called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage.
Alright, this is where we go talk to the Company of Heroes guy and Tracheum.
Bastard came next. This time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations.
Which is why you will need 8 players for this duty.
If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The company of heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe.
So I'm just... Marshal. He's Marshal.
This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told.
Yeah, no, we never hear this guy speak after this. I'm pretty sure this is his only cutscene, I'm pretty sure. Xehanort, where's Groudon when you need him? In a very good video game, because Gen 3 is the best Pokemon.
If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Side dungeons do not have voice acting.
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed 2 ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, Upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
So the summoning of primals in, like, patches afterwards is a constant thing. So it's not like people, it's not like the tribes weren't trying to summon their primals in the intervening patches and story. It's a matter of, it takes a lot of crystals to summon, and they want to get more crystals to summon an even stronger version of their god. So they're trying to gather tons and tons and tons of crystals, and that takes time, especially when all the grand companies are constantly trying to prevent them from getting crystals.
It will be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
Slafierson is how you say it. Slafierson.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Correct. The lumber counting quest is up next. Or was up next. I'm pretty sure that one's gone too. You would have to count the lumber. Count the lumber. Beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore. But I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I've come face to face with a primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judge it best that it be delivered at once. I am listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man who has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company of heroes? The details are yet hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. Here he is. I'm disinclined to put any store by this claim, and even should it be true, it is as Justola said, none save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready, but we have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on the supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Wesk, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. The man you're looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lower Lenosha. The Storm Private sent the question to him. The Storm Private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. I am bad at speaking. Alright. Oh, wait. The quickest path to it... I have not attuned there. I will always be taking my notes. Oof. So I'm gonna go up there. I think it'll be shorter to go up, then go down. But I'm gonna attune while I'm here. Oh, wait, no! That's where we have to go for the main story quest anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like, look at this thing. Blue Carby, best Carby. Look at this cat-rabbit thing. Best cat-rabbit thing is blue. Blue is correct answer. All Carbies are good, but blue is the morally correct one. During the Alphino quest line at the beginning. This mount, you pay real money for it. Now look here, you'll have your bloody story right after you carry those sacks of grain over to the mill. But sir, that's what you said before you had me pick up those oranges for you, and before I mucked out the chocobo stables, and before I rolled that millstone over to the mill, and also before... God, man, I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days, and you hear me complaining? Bah, I suppose some of us ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that old Traxium ain't a generous soul. Now pick up your ears, cause I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting, you can? Ahem, the trail of Tractom's epic victory over the dread primal Leviabetis. Now, Leviabetis is huge, make no mistake. To give you an idea of how big, each of his scales is about as wide across as me members long, and that's no mean feat, let me tell ya. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. He even knocked me trusty axe out of me hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. What happened next? Why, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. But not one to take all the glory for myself. I let me mates in the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic. Mayhap too modest. Now, that's it. Now, there's some say it can never truly beat Leviabetis. That you've got to learn to live with him and make the best of a bad situation. Not the company, though. It's you! I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm just enjoying the attention is all. I take back everything I said. I was never part of the company of heroes. I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm chocobo dung. I'm the maggots you find wiggling in the chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble them, and that don't happen much. Remember, it's tiny. It's pathetic. Sure as hell didn't fight Leviabetis, but I have seen him with me own eyes. It was a fair few years back when I was working as a baker's hand. I was shirking me duties one day, loitering about the harbor when I saw it. Great, big, massive sea serpent some miles off the coast, with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. I was so bloody scared I sold myself right there and then. But, oh gosh, just remembering that day is me soiling myself all over again. Wait, if you're asking after Leviabetis, it means you plan to fight him, ain't you? Well, take care. He really is terrible. Dreadful, I tell ya. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet or at the bottom of the sea. You worthless lying horse, son. I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung. Yeah, this is the last time we meet Chakjom. Wesk, this is Minfilia. Were you able to learn aught of use against Leviathan? I beg your pardon, Leviabetis? I see. That is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at the Morby dry docks. Please make your way here as soon as you are able. This is the Zervenbarding, isn't it? Pretty sure that is. No, is this Ruby weapon? I can't tell. No, that's Ruby weapon because of the chest piece thing, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I could check. Can I examine? Okay, it's Ruby. Oh, you're also saying it in chat. You know, I wasn't looking. I was looking at myself. Now, there is but one small problem. The game is having issues today. I don't know how many of you have seen it or felt it, but the game is having some stability issues. Post-patch, I guess. Now, it is just normal or hard mode Leviathan. So it should be okay. But it might not be. I don't know, honestly. I don't know. But we're going to try. After I attune to the Aetheryte. Wait a minute, that guy has a side quest? What is this guy's side quest? This is the guy you talk to get onto the island. Oh, that's the side quest. It's the island. I now visit people's islands, yay! To unlock your personal sanctuary, you must complete Endwalker. Amaro! Look at the friend. Look at friend. Too bad I'm not gonna get Amaro on this character. I pet the dog instead. I should use my Amaro more. Give him some... Let him stretch his legs. Anyway, oh, here's the same person again. But hey, I will be right back, take another break, and then when we come back, we'll kill a fish. See ya. That's the wrong screen. This is the correct screen. Alright, Storm Marshal. Told your jaunt to the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, lad. A wager served to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense, the moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the Whirl Eater I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious tonnage, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also she was nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The Whirl Eater and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word, and we shall bear you to Leviathan. Alright, here we go. Lord of the Whirl, and then Leviathan is not in the picture. Which is actually kind of funny to me. Ah, I know that look, you are ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Whirl Eater may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She's been fitted with what our friends at Naldic and Vinelli's are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. Correct. It is suspected the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Tancred and Y'shtola, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your diversionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sabsa, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Tancred and Y'shtola, if you would join the 3rd Levy, and Lady Ugiri, the 5th. But what words have I for the man who has made sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments and add a few words of my own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, Wesk. May the crystal bless you and keep you. Yeah, about that, apparently she's super weakened, so, she ain't gonna be help. She ain't gonna be any help. But there we go, the Whirl Eater. Duty Finder, and hopefully we will not be too laggy. And I don't have Outer, so let's go to Upper Lenosha while the queue works its thing. And let's see if we can't unlock Titan hard. If I can at least get the Outer Lenosha Aetherite, that'll be progress. Oh hey, free EXP. No, the main story quest never sent me here. The one in Lower Lenosha, the Lower Lenosha one, you only get sent there in the 1 to 15 main story quest. But because I'm an archer, I started in Gridania, so I had no reason to ever go to Lower Lenosha. The only time you get sent to Lower Lenosha is to meet Tractorm, or however you're supposed to say his name. Tractorm is the only reason you go to Lower Lenosha, and that's to the north, not the south. So you never get sent to that Aetheryte. And then again, this one, you never come up here. There is at no point do you come up here. Did I say Archer? I thought I said Lancer. I meant Lancer. I don't know who you are, but I'm gonna run circles around you. Oh, bye. Apparently the queue popped. Aren't lances just really big arrows you throw with your hands? No. No, they are not. Papa Paisa! Oh, well, now we wait. How many tomestones do I have? 266, not a lot. Can't really buy anything with that. Waiting on queue. Remember, oh yeah, by the way, tomorrow, new Menta Roulette video. I still have to finish, like, setting that up. I have it uploaded, but I haven't like, changed the title and all that, but new Menta Roulette video tomorrow. You get to see me suffer. I was not happy with something that happens. Oh, thanks, Bertie. My salty tears of suffering are the finest wine. I don't think I want to use my buff. I want to wait. Because at 10% they leave? Yeah. I don't know why people want to run away from them there. Oh, can't stun that one. This is a wave spine. I went to the wrong one, but close enough. Right, you have to do it instantly in normal mode. It's in hard mode. In extreme, you have to wait a moment. The bard was taking counter damage. Oh, don't worry, Bergie. I'm gonna keep doing it long after it stopped being fun. Because it stopped being fun 500 runs ago. I didn't even get a calm out of that. Rude. Duty, duty finder. Naval hard. Oh, that's one down, and one to go. Yeah, cupfish is indeed how I feel about it. But cupfish is what I am. Today I will permit myself a few words. Ahem. I feel truly privileged to have had the honor of admitting a hero such as you. You are an inspiration to us all, sir. And on that note, the Admiral awaits you in the command room. Wink.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Wink, wink.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight.
Oh, well. We'll have to see some of this cutscene again afterwards. I didn't think the queue would be that fast. But hey, at least there's another gonna be 90 tomestones, I think? I believe it's 90. Because I think it was 75 and 15 I saw for Leviathan. So it should be a newbie bonus of 75 again. And then probably another 15 for the normal amount you get. Well, I'll see in a minute. I said skip cutscene. Thank you. I did not have to skip cutscene, cause one of the healers is sticking by it. It's a short one anyway, so it doesn't matter. Unlike Leviathan, Titan has a little bit to start. So I could just do full opener. I should actually not spin in place for this one. Maybe not spin. Maybe not spin. For once. Because weight of the lands are kind of important to dodge. Like that. Weight of the lands are kind of important to dodge. You should go to the heart phase now, right? I guess we have to wait for this to end. I shouldn't have held my burst. There it is. Okay. Alright, who gets to go into jail? Not me! Yay! Actually, that's not the first target you should be worrying about. You should only break that after thing explodes. After the landslide. You do not break that until after the landslide. Titan! Titan! Oh my god, what is health? Oh. What is health? A dead healer, that's what. I'm gonna put on Bloodbath just in case. Just in case. Are you gonna... Okay, I'm gonna wait for this, and then I'm gonna LB. Oh. Nope, I'm gone. Ah, people are lagging. Why are they both in front of the boss? Oh, they killed me! And they killed me. Okay, good. At least now they're in the jail, so they can't make things worse. Thank you for raising me. I think you realize I'm probably the best DPS here. Oops. Okay. I'm going to wait. I'm going to do my opener. No, just kill it. Just kill it. I'm making sure to calm this sage. I'm making sure to calm this. Where is it? Where's the sage? You get the calm. Nope, nope. Don't give it to the monk. Give it to the sage. I didn't get any comms for that! I got 0 comms. Literally, the only DPS who survived. The only DPS who survived. And I only died because the Gunbreaker killed me. I got killed by the Gunbreaker. Because they freed me in the middle of the landslide. I got no comms. Why do we care about commendations again? Remember how I said they're random? Alright, let's get back to where we were in the cutscene. As Stevie Nicks foretold.
I hadn't this Though I am but a know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I'm heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Yes, yes you are.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
I like how this quest just becomes
Filia, please!
roast Thancred forever.
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Bumble, thank you for the follow.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not.
Sure it is.
Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
Oh man, Bumble, you're a Xbox and Switch player, so you're gonna be one of the new players jumping in with the Xbox. Welcome then.
You wished a word in private.
As you see, I am learning controller. I have been a keyboard and mouse player for all 8 years I've been playing this game. I'm an ultimate raider, which is like the top tier of content. So I do the hardest stuff in the game. But playing on controller has been a very different experience. And has been one that seems tough to master, but definitely intuitive if you're willing to engage. And just really think about where you're putting skills. So you should have a very fun time on Xbox. And I hope you do.
The better not to spoil the festive mood.
Also, I like how Yugiri just comes over in the background like, "Hi, I'm here too."
History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'shtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence.
Part of the blame, and not like literally the whole thing. Well, I guess technically the Ashians are the whole thing, but like, yes.
Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
Correct. You are to lay down your arms and welcome Skyrim. Also, yeah, like Bergie said, come to the Discord if you want. ! Discord. And you'll get a link to the Discord.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then. But know that it will lead to no good end.
Well, since you have it seems you have no idea about me. But, usually I'm not streaming. I make Final Fantasy guide videos. So by complete accident, you came to...
Never put himself first and foremost.
You came to the right place.
Justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
And you were saying about the Admiral being the best one? You're the reason you can play this game decently. I'm glad to at least be of service. Like, I still do not internalize the fact that, like, people love my guides as much as they do. In tomorrow's mentor video, you will see me also fail to internalize people loving my videos. But, like, it's hard to internalize, but, like, a lot of people do say, like, my videos have helped them. So at the very least, if I'm not capable, you have a lot of people who learned from me who probably are capable of helping you. The Admiral has informed me of the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yugiri. To the south stands a gatling to a pier for smaller fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous, wow, I'm bad at speaking, inconspicuous Huron man there, and present the letter to him. He serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I'm obliged to remind you that the members of the, fraternity to which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of Lominsan society. They value their independence more highly than pirates, and are united by a bond stronger than mithril, to which they are invariably wary of new faces. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far into their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they place in you. But here's the letter. Good luck. I wouldn't say I'm humble, just lacking any and all self-preservation or self-confidence. That's not quite the same thing as humble. I know, Misshapen Chair did a Reaper video? Oh, wait, what? Oh, they're over there? I thought they had to go right to the Thieves Guild. Oh, hey, look, it's a sage person. Hello, lady. Hello. Goodbye. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Here, hold on, Bumble. I'll fix that in a second. Yeah, I think the Koopabot person, broke stuff. I assume this is you. Yeah, as for anyone else, follow what it says there about, the issue. Where are you? There it is. Just send me a DM. You should be able to DM me from the server, and I will manually add you. If you're hearing this and you're having problems with the Discord, again, just DM me on Discord, and I will manually add you to the role. I don't know what the Koopelbot guy did, but he broke something. He did something and it broke it. Got business with me, venturer. So you're the man Admiral sent word of? I was hoping I'd catch a glimpse of the Thancred too. Been a while since I saw a shy-eating grin, but with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I suspect he's got his hands full. I used to be the Far Easterner which Melweb says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limpsa, milady. Milady. I am Ugiri of Doma. 'Tis an honor to make your acquaintance. I already added Bumble, but I mean like anyone else who's hearing this. Bumble's already added, but if anyone else hears this and joins, yeah. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. It's also written in the Discord to DM me if you have issues, so, yeah. You're not the first person to say that, lass. Limps is a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose. I see. Know that the practitioners of my art, too, are denizens of the shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. Then what in the seven hells are we waiting for? If you'd come with us... Ugiri of Duwatsit, we can get acquainted in more private surrounds. Ha! That didn't come out right, did it? Master Wesk, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I'm loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Orzia. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. And then we do not do anything with Ugiri. Oh, I'm inside Ugiri. Oh, right, that face. Much and more has occurred since I first beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you over long. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured I not longer require an escort in this land. When you next meet Lady Minphalia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, Warrior of Light. Oh. Eh. Mm-hmm. Thancred. Clear my throat, sorry.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me.
I'm a hero, not a bear.
When the Sahagin Elder...
There is no bear race even.
He employed the power we have come to know as the Echo, though I cannot well explain the how of it. It would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, His spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known
that's
that
not how that
echo
works.
allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul. But never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long.
And now the bad news.
Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
Oh, see ya, Bergie. Good night.
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
Yeah, that's not good.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
And we'll find out what happened to the Isle of All in Stormblood. Come back in Eureka and you'll actually get some answers.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Dun dun dun. Oh, right, I'm not clicked onto the game. Both earrings are the exact same. Let's take the knocked earrings instead. Because those are technically the tank ones. I can't use this, but I'm gonna open it anyway. The Great Divide. Oh, I'm still on auto. I forgot there's autos. Our friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. Urianger will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is in our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter. One closer to home. It concerns etheric fluctuations which we had previously attributed to good King Mogomog XII. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the Twelveswood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Acelia, I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What matter of problem? A band of refugees, hailing from Moldar this time, are come to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present they are in the seventh heaven, awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Celia, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Wesk, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. More notes. However, that is 2.2 done. We are now on to 2.3. And I am about to sneeze again. Hold on. For some reason, I thought this would be voiced. I think I only had the one sneeze, so I should be good now, I think. Okay, I'm good. I just had to be sure. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Midvelia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
12 be praised, it is you! We're ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task and we'll see it done.
Pray, calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I must know of your situation. Or know not.
I beg your pardon, Antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Uldar for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one what got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man, not as wanting solely his soul sooner than his palms, any road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. It's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I know we had to run. The only question was where. And then it came to me. Revenant's Toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you'd surely do the same for us.
I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight. But pray understand it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all those who have been affected by the calamity, and so it was with great regret that I must deny your request.
But we've nowhere else to go. You turn your back on us?
If I might have a word. Maybe, Tataru is Artemis. Your tidings from Oldar, my lady. Alphino has been wounded. Looks like Scoob. Wait, how? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently, lashing out at any and everyone. I don't remember what Tataru voice I gave, and I can't. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells, now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please, if you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. My lady? We are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphino, and quickly. If he is in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalima will see to it. Alphino is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Wesk. Make notes. Oh, I just noticed the time. Which means I will be taking another break. Oh my god, this is so hard to control. So I'm going to teleport here, and then I will take a break, and when we come back, I will continue 2.3. I mean, that's the whole point of this thing, so, yeah, be right back. Tatsuma, you're super late. He's gone. He's so gone. I went to the wrong screen again. General gaming is for the other two games I play, Persona 3 and Stranger of Paradise, and those will change as I beat them. And I will be glad once Stranger of Paradise is done. Hello, Alphino. Or should I say Blue Alice?
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well.
Oh, I thought I was on auto.
On the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated...
Oh! Isolated incident.
Restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dah, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dah way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Domans asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest. Nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
AKA capitalism bad. Oh wait! Why did I put on the knocked earrings? I should not have done that. I realize. Armory chest. Put these things back on. These were better. And then character triangle. Forgot, never take my earrings off. That is the one thing I do not take off. As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur, given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. Have I piqued your curiosity? Good, then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and hear what General Rauban has to say upon the matter. Yeah, no, Graham I do like Final Fantasy 15, and also I want the event to come back so I could put on my proper glam. Like, I have no reason to put on any actual glam if I can just, you know, get my normal glam and put on my Noctis glam. Like, the shoes are different, and I'm gonna have to buy those, but, like, yeah.
Now is not a good time, Private Tuber. My hands are full dealing with the refugees.
Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General.
Alphino, back on your feet already?
You may credit my swift recovery to your chirurgeons.
No!
Oh my... I'm a fucking idiot. Ha ha ha, the Noct earrings are closer to Noctis. It's a good thing that there's options to... That cutscene is probably... I might have to complete the quest first, however, there is a backup. We do have a backup.
Oh, that's Endwalker, right?
Okay, I might have to complete the quest. Which, I'm sad now. It's not like I'm missing any, like, huge context or anything. That's what this entire set of quests is about, is the context of that. But, like, still.
You look as though you have something to say, Private, do you? What you ask is no simple favor. With such information to fall into the wrong hands, the life of countless soldiers would be at risk. And so there is wisdom in your words. An able individual, even one with ties to the flames, may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well, the brass blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. Just begin by speaking to the blades posted there.
Okay, that is that one. That's what I thought. Can I? Thank you. Yes, I did actually just accidentally... I did just accidentally skip that. I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm an idiot. Hopefully it'll still be in the book. If not, welp. Leo Frick, a friend of the Sultanate, are we? I think this means someone has read my report. The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I'm increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest idea what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind, speak with him. What brings you here, adventurer? Search for refugees? Well, you come to the right place. I mean those refugees. Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept this situation and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like the merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Bork, bork. My doggo makes me happier, though. Ah, don't hurt me! I'm not one of them! I beg your pardon? You're one of the flames, but you're not with the flames? I see. If Leofric bid you speak with me, then I take it you have agreed to help. 12 be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under the fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our idealists has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make the little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. I have no doubt that the merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg you, find them before he does. Aye. What are you doing? Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. Then you'd be here with me. Be here to soothe me. Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? Soothe. Let me also make notes. Notes. Okay, notes made. Who are you? What do you want? Aye, it's true. I followed the merchant, and may the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give us, you must take, he said. And when asked how, he revealed the cache of weapons he had brought and employed us to seize control of our fates. That about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into 2 groups, sent us off on our own. But the flames found us. We didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing, and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting and gave no quarter, and... Oh God, it's the other group. They're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. Rippin' pepperoni. Yeah, no, they're dead, dude. Sorry. Okay, we're good. The other refugees are hiding in the cave south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. A pox on all the bloody sellswords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we'd never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that gods would never suffer us defeated. Though if they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat and show my brethren that their strongest warriors are no match for one man. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms. Kill 2 men. Got it. Oh, you just wanted me to injure them? Oh. I thought I was supposed to kill them. Wait, these... Okay, I thought this one was fishing. I thought this guy was fishing. Or is that a woman? I can't tell. It's too dark. Grab your gear and make it to the rendezvous point. Nope. Oh, there's more. I thought it was just the 2. Oh, there's 3. Easy mistake to make, yes. Killing, maiming, what's the difference? Clearly the solution to preventing a massacre by the brass blades is to do it yourself. Technically not wrong. They can't do it if they're all dead. Technically not wrong. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about that one. You beat him like it was nothing. The Almighty, what are we gonna do now? This guy just... Yeah, this is my rock. Nobody else gets my rock. This rock is mine. You come any closer to my rock and I'll stab you with my sword. This is my rock. Modern problems require modern solutions. Oh, that's mean. Oh, that's mean. I'm trying to auto... There we go. I'm trying to auto run so I could change my windows around. You had no choice. I see. Well, you had no choice. Better than that a handful of them take a beating from you than a lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh? But where else would he be unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others? Oh wait, I have to talk to you again. The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop them from continuing his work. How many must perish in this futile cause, and much more suffering must be endured before it ends? Find him, convince him to cease his mad quest, he will surely lead us to ruin. Note made. And that's all the way at the gate. Piece of ice from my drink. I want that to stay in the drink. Elle. Can I, Now, I believe this is a very unhappy, dialogue. Have you seen my parents? Yep, a very unhappy dialogue. Oh, hey, we're playing Persona again. They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left me with the man from Ul'dah. The man said we're gonna change everything. We could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Hey, mister, are you looking for someone? I'm looking for a merchant.
You mean the man who left with my parents? I don't know where he... Also, this is what I want to turn off. Correct this time. Wait, oh, look over there. I think that's him. Well now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? Hey, how about me? Make me your next victim. I... He's getting away! Go get him, mister! The Warrior of Light is so stupid. They needed a child to tell them to chase the villain. Our protagonist, ladies and gentlemen. And he's still smarter than Shulk Xenoblade. Still smarter than Shulk Xenoblade. And I know what comes next here. Just like for me, for real. Flawless game. What, that you're so stupid, or... You again! Why are you pursuing me? 'Cause you're an idiot. Sedition? Treason? Revolution? No, that's preposterous. What is filled you with your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-named refugees who terrorize the streets of Ul'dah? Ha! You have no evidence to prove your accusations? None! No, actually, I have an identity. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. For the sake of argument, let's say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I gave a Kakiran's ass about politics. It was business, only business. We both know I'm not the one you want, however. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. That's a good shot, though. Like, and straight through and through. Like, that is, like, super good. What is this commotion? 7 hells. What is the commotion? You mean the guy with an arrow through him? Like, are you that stupid? Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. We can tell you that definitely isn't the case. Old adventurer, I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. This man was responsible for the recent riots? Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one we seek. You carry on with your investigation, Scion. Now, while I'm here, let me check the inn again. Okay, is it in the book? No, it's not. So that quest I skipped is just gone forever. There wasn't really any pertinent information there, but...
So that's just gone. Luckily, I know the gist of the plot, but still, that's unfortunate. That's sad. That is very saddening. And it's my own fault. Oh wow, that... You saw these people load in, right? Like, they were not there a second ago. That is probably the game struggling for me, just because, not the stream or anything, like, because the game's lagging for people. What news, Private Tuber? Where is the merchant? Dead. Time to boot up New Game Plus. No. Murdered? Damn it all to 7th hell. He was not simply murdered, Private, he was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. Ew, skill speed. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess. I still don't have to like it. Okay, that's that. The Flame General left word that you would proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you were returned. And so will Master Alpha and I'll be there. People dying here. That's usually... they're normal. Chamber of Rule. That's the wrong button. That's also the wrong button. See, that's a mistake I basically cannot make on keyboard and mouse that is very easy to make on controller. We've been expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside. Give me money. Revolution.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
So you have proof that it wasn't even the refugees that started it.
Was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
'Cause he's evil?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield.
Actually, Raubon, it is not a battlefield, because they removed that battlefield.
The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge.
Also, I need to spell Cartano right. Yeah, no, technically this is supposed to be a Frontlines map. Yeah, people don't like this map. People really don't like this map. Also, I should probably get off the black screen so I can at least see something. Yeah, here it is.
That his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed.
So this scene, I'm pretty sure this is taken straight from the PvP mode map. My question is, will this change when the new version of Cartano Flats is put out? Like, will this be the same, or will it differ slightly?
There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
Alagon ruin. Cause they're gone, get it? They're Alagons. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
The unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Well,
Omega.
Omega dropped.
Pardon?
An Alagon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Alagon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself.
No, incorrect.
Explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats.
Incorrect.
Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
It would work, but that's not the reason.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon. One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye.
Yeah, about that.
Skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides. Which is
Yeah, I was gonna say that
yearns to have it.
Uldar is just one point that he'd take over.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
Well, that's probably why.
It is in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
I forgot Raubon actually kind of just says that. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's that failure that causes him to do it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Yous want me to stab him, boss? No, I want to do the stabbing. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought of all this
chaos
was the product of one man's lust for power? How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. You are, of course, the scion best suited to this task, Private Tuber. Do take a moment to visit the Hall of Flames and make inquiries at the earliest available opportunities.
Begone, whelp! This is no place for children!
I'm sorry. I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who lived with my parents. You know this girl? Yeah, she actually got me the bad guy. So he visited Stone's Throw with Will, I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I am afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? I like how this girl is probably, like, only a few years younger than Alphino. Like, she's probably, what, 7, 8? I guess that's a bigger gap than, because he's 16. So, I guess, by this child's measurement, Alphino would be a mister, so never mind. But of course, I must finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by that pillar over there? We require but a moment. Okay, mister, I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Mamodi will know what to do. A legion of Garleans, an aether-starved primal, even dealing with an Ashian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources. And ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. I got a man killed for this girl. Yes, Graymiz, exactly. It's thanks to her that a man is dead. Congratulations, child, your body count is already 1. You'll make a great adventurer. Wesk, this is Minfilia. I know that this is sudden, but I must ask you return to Revenant Toll with due haste. The situation in the Twelves Wood has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. Yeah, I got more important things to do, Alphino. You go help a child. Child. The Twelves Wood. and the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of Ixali activity, which leaves the Sylphs? Go, Wesk, you know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I'm more than capable of protecting myself. Oh, for a second I thought it teleported me to Revenant's Toll. I was like, oh, thank you. At the Rising Stones, go to the Rising Stone. Hello, my name is Rising, and this is my stone. I throw it, and it kills people. What do you mean that's a white mage? I am not a white mage. Wait a minute, was that an NPC or is that a person? Okay, that's an NPC. I was like, wait a minute. I saw her turn to face my character, and I was very confused for a moment. Do you like my stone? I like my stone. I throw it, and it kills people. No, I do not know what a white mage is. Why do you keep calling me a white mage? No, I am not a conjurer either. I have a stone, and I throw it. And it kills people. See? Stone in my hand, I throw it, and it die. See? Don't work. It's a relief to see you healthy and hale, Wesk. The latest news from Old Daw was most disturbing. After I got a man killed with an arrow, I was fine, but clearly the only injury Alf suffered was his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. That's a funny line. Yeah, hi Sunflower Cat. Enjoy my weird stone tangent. I'm not great though, I suck. The other signs will need to be present for this meeting. If you're ready to begin, I will summon them now. Skill speed, ew. Inventory, Glom Wristlet. Lord of Levin. Ah, work was hell, that sucks. Well, enjoy some rest and relaxation. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business, then. I've received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Rama. I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain. The Elder Seed Seer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but the fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Rama is reputed to act only in defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, would surely not have escaped your notice? Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen. Just not this soon. I beg your pardon? You foresaw this eventuality and did not prevent it? I told Papalimo. I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Rama once right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came trampling through the forest. And so long as Castrum Orient stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ul'dah drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. I'm trying to go similar to his actual voice, and his actual Realm Reborn voice is pretty Irish. Yeah, no, if I get a cutscene with him, you'll hear it. 'Tis like that the sylphs persevered this and panicked migration. And 'tis like that the sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion, and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Wesk, though your dealings with the sylphs of little solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who has treated with the sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Rama can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of the primal summoning. I've been fine. How are you doing, besides work being awful? A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the beastmen since time immemorial. Charm them all with your sick dance moves. Fine, I'll go by the bee's knees dance. But maybe this time we can. Let's continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Rama's presence. The Elder Seer has requested your personal involvement, Wesk. Pray report to the Commander Hello at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Also, no, I am not buying the bee's knees. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope that for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Leven will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Scions will, of course, lend you whatever support you require. Quest! Quest! Nope, return. Ah, Tatama, you're definitely not a Limsaite. Besides, the new one is the Law Pop. Everyone's doing the Law Pop. Well, I can get one helmet. And I repeat, one helmet. But I'm level 108 at least, so. Two puppies? Two puppies? I want them. They are mine now. Send them to me. You do not have puppies anymore. They are mine. Whisker the Scions, your arrival is most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever the cause for alarm and unease. Though my men should ready for any eventuality, I know none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seer, however, would speak to you first. Go to the Lotus Stand. Ooh, God, the bow is... Look at this shiny bow. That's such a shiny bow. Chesapeake Bay Retrievers. Interesting. I don't know if I know that breed. I don't know if I've ever seen one. I'll look it up after stream. Chesapeake Bay Retrievers. Actually, there's a break coming up soon, so I will check then. Chesapeake Bay Retrievers. However, oh, excuse me. They're still mine. They are my puppies now. You cannot have them. They are mine. All puppies belong to me. That is all.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramu is returned unto the forest.
Also, cow alert. Do you see the cow? I see the cow. Dog napper confirmed? I deserve all the puppies. I deserve all of the puppies.
Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace.
You'll help fight if you can have one of them. I'll use you as a shield, and then that way I can have both of them myself. It's not dog napping if they already belong to me. Exactly.
Our guest informs us that the Sylphs, too, have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands.
I scare you? Good. Be very afraid.
Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramu is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom.
What?
Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo,
Okay.
you are one of the few among us who may commune with a Primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelves Wood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramu himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples.
I like how they didn't even bother to give the Sylph any voice.
Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest.
They couldn't get any of the other voice actors in this day.
It is not only the Twelves Wood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Oh, you have no idea, Kane. You have no idea. I need help? You have no idea how much help I need. However, part of helping me will be going on break. This will be the last break of the stream, so maybe we can finish 5.3 before the stream ends? If so, that'll be good. So, be right back. I will go take a break, and then we'll go kill a Lord of Levin. Be right back. All your puppies belong to me, though. I hit the right button this time. Yay! Alright, let's see if we can't kill Rama. Muma. Graham is bonk. Wesker the Scions, I was told to expect you. I understand you to go treat with the primal Rama himself. An unenviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, where you might ascertain the location of the Lord of Leven might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return. So, this also used to be like 3 quests. Now there is only 1. Oh, I have auto thing on. Nothing important was said there, though. This one returns, and with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching, and have wisely identified the precise location where the Touch One summoned Lord Rama. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow scions? It'll be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please come to with this one. Yeah, no more pranks on the Scions. So, in the course of this quest line, the Scions were all getting pranked. It's just a prank, bro. It's just a prank, bro. So you would have to go around finding through disguises. Oh, you sent pics of your puppies? Wonderful. I'm gonna look at your puppies. Yeah. I don't need to know about people are deep in. So, first, there were, I believe the first location was right here. There was a bunch of fakes. Then I think there was some more here. And then there was a third set of fakes up north here. And then eventually you would find everybody. But now they just skip all that. This one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Rama, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find wise ones not far from here. To the south, go in safety, Walking One. So you had to go around and find all the Scions, help them. Leave me alone. And then, only then, would you make it to this point. Moxio escorting you all that way? You know, that's basically new. Brand new. It's actually you. So it's actually you. I'm relieved. For a moment, I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded sylph tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc and their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Y'shtola's face when one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papalimo. Ahem. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and pleased to say I have reached an indisputable conclusion, to wit that Ramu was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. That's every time. Come, the do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ramu awaits. No, why would he use a macro for sprint, mount roulette, and peloton? That's terrible. That's awful. 0 out of 10. Cause I use sprint in combat. While this is going on. Oh my god, look at those puppies. They are precious dogs. They are mine. Rama agrees with me, right, Rama?
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest.
Oh, he does say Ramu in this game.
Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie within darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy...
I did not mean to click that, but like, I just had a
Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee.
I'm gonna go back to that. Whence forth sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning, no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? Anyway, it would explain much, not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature, knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy. Wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee.
Sorry, note-taking.
Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Whether mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
It requires judgment!
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady.
And then he saw much worse. Notes for my
I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
After this cutscene. Cutscene's over, never mind. My Eorzea Retold series. I'm gonna do a full retelling of the entire plot of the game. Sounds hectic? Yes, I'm doing an entire playthrough of the game just for notes and also the controller stuff, but like this whole playthrough is going to be just for notes. And then I have to play through a second time just for footage. But I'm going to be doing that after the visual update, so that everything looks nicer and better and all that. That second playthrough is not going to be streamed. That one's just going to be done offline, because there's going to be no text boxes, no UI. It's going to be just pure cutscenes and, where relevant, gameplay. So this is going to be my screen anytime there's gameplay. No hotbars, no anything. I just have to learn how to play the game completely blind. When's that update? Dawn Trail. So yeah, I'm putting myself under a lot of work for the future. It's gonna be a lot. So that's partly why I want to get good at controller too, because it's better for cinematic shots and all that, and like smoother movement. Since keyboard and mouse, you only have 8 directions. Whereas this is 360. 360 carbuncle. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. 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 Do 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 do. So long, Gay Bowser. Whoosh. Yeah, so one playthrough just for notes, one playthrough just for visuals, and hopefully not a third. I mean, Ava was here and could have did a second Carby, but she has Topaz Carbuncle, which is worse. Blue Carby is best Carby. This is a fact, whether you like it or not. So long, Gay Wesker. Honestly, I'm surprised this queue was taking that long. Because, like, Titan and Leviathan were, like, instant. Does your red one get a pass since it matches your character? No. Blue Carby, best Carby. You got a shield. But Carby doesn't give shields anymore. The shield ability isn't Carbuncle anymore. There it is. Oh, somebody in chat spoke already. Alright, let's see how bad people mess this one up. Somebody just used food. Oh no! They just used pre-pull fight or flight. Please give me one. Thank you. Does this person not even understand the thing? I don't think they understand it. Because they seem to, like, not understand that I freed them. Yeah, fun fact, if you get that icon, run toward the party. Like, I'm standing in these on purpose to, like, hey, you don't have to run away. Okay, you never have to run away with these things. You should be hitting people to get them freed. I'm getting hit by those on purpose now. Alright, teacher mode. Sorry, I had to go into teacher mode. Yeah, the person who gets stunned, you free them with those lightning strikes. Hitting people with those lightning strikes is a good thing, because the healers have to use a AoE heal anyway. Healers have to do an AoE heal anyway. So hit other people with it. It's free. It's free. I got 3 commendations for that.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light.
I killed you, though. You shouldn't be talking. You're dead. The dead don't speak. Why are you speaking? You're dead. Go away.
And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine.
About that, I'm gonna fail that task.
From employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
About that, Ramu, I'm gonna have to break a promise or 3. You kind of wish there was a VC option for people who can't type fast. It's unfortunately called Discord.
Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, the truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Notes taken. Yeah, I went full teacher mode. That was like, there were so many things going wrong there. People kept going out of range of the boss just to not hit other people with the AoEs. The goal is to spread out and not leave the boss. And also that ad doesn't matter. Ad in that fight does not matter, that last one. Wesker have returned. Dare I ask how Ramu received your visit? I killed him. I murdered him in cold blood. Oh, it was a test of arms, but... same thing, really. What little gods are made of. Actually, I could do... oh, I have to land. Return for free. If only I knew how to hit buttons. The net. Conjurer Guild. So what I'm thinking is this is going to take 4 parts to do this whole quest line thing. Because I'm going to be stopping after this, so that'll be 2.3 done. Which means I have all of 2.4 and 2.5 to do. Plus the ending to 2.5, which is super long. And Crystal Tower. Silent Conjure is very vocal. How do you get Return for free? You start with it. You start the game with Return. It's one of like few buttons that are like the moment you attune, the game tells you about Return.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramu ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
I murdered him in cold blood. I hated his beard.
Ramu made is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest.
Yeah, you need at least 2 Aetherites to get teleport.
As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off.
Be as one. Be as one. Let the rejoining happen. Be as one.
On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth.
Big words.
Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
Notes taken. Hello, Papalimo. This ends another daunting mission, eh, Wesk? I'd hoped Lord Ramu could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the primal sudden challenge. It seems that Urianger, too, was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Wesk? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? Sure. Yours is to the golden saucer because you have an addiction. True. Gotta get them tomestones. Gotta get all them tomestones. Hey, I think no is the default option. My return point is Old Charlian. I always put my return point to, like, the first, like, the market board town of every new expansion. So, come Dawn Trail, I'm going to be spending all my time in Solution 9. I mean, assuming Solution 9 is fun to be in, but, like, normally it would be Tural is where I spend all my time. But, like, I'm probably going to spend it all in Solution 9. Because Solution 9 looks hilarious to be in. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Rama precedes you. Also, I love how Solution 9 somehow isn't a spoiler. So once again, the story is going to be insane. I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianger's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Leven, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ashen's immortality.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours at our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus.
So Minfilia said the floor is Orionjay's. Does that mean that Orionjay is in the house like carpet? It's like velvet, turtle.
Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
The Void!
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals.
Gramus no bonk.
They seem to live. Their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits, should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
I love how she's just silent there.
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian.
They did.
Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
Nah, they dead.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Nah, man, they dead. No. I was panicking because I forgot what button I need to hit. It's spacebar. It's spacebar I need to hit. The Lord of... I slipped into my Papalimo voice. They are not Papalimo. The Lord of Levin is returned to the ether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramuh's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the bringer of light. The limitless potential of man, idol and servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at great cost. Oh wait, no, I have a voice for him. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. About that, it's the opposite though, Elidibus. You're forgetting your own lore. Yet even as it innovates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every option.
divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hand shall a new deity arise. The Idor, Mr. Bread, the Laha Bread himself, that which was scattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Nabrales, no. And I believe this is Guardian of Eorzea... Hold on, I need to look this up. FF14 quest list 2.4. Is this still 2.3? No, this is still 2.3. Okay. First quest is Traitor in the Midst. However, this is the last quest of 2.3, I'm pretty sure. No, okay. No, it's not. Where is it? Okay, no, this... Oh, 2.3's got a couple left. We got... Recruiting the Realm is this too? Oh my god, we're nowhere near done. We're nowhere near done. Oh boy. Well, however, it's almost 11, so we'll meet Best Boy next time. Best Boy Hoary Boulder. Well, other Best Boy, because there's several Best Boys. Hoary Boulder is one of them. However, maybe next time I'll remember to do some Grand Company stuff and all that, just to get myself ready, get rid of all this gear I don't need, maybe go get some Poetics so that I can have full gear for Heaven's Ward. However, otherwise, I'm calling it there. No, Graha Tyr is not Best Boy. Ooh, my throat's just got a, like, scratchy. Yeah, it's a good thing I'm ending here. No, he is not. Graha is not Best Boy, and that's why your dogs belong to me. Your dogs are mine because you believe Graha is Best Boy. And for being that wrong, they are mine. He's perfect best cat boy with sandwiches. Excuse you, it was not a sandwich. It was a burger. And then a taco. Yeah, that's it for now. Oh yeah, and just to... For that earlier, teleport, return. Instantly return to your home point just to show that. He has food. He does have food. But otherwise, I'm ending it there. Tractome is not Best Boy. He's worst. Well, actually, there's a couple worse. Like Raha. Anyway, take care and may the power of Anand and Hogsley waste your enemies. Have a good night. And I'll see you Saturday for... Well, assuming nothing comes up. I might actually have to cancel Saturday. We'll see. But if I do stream Saturday, it's more Stranger of Paradise. And I'll be hopefully starting the final DLC of Stranger of Paradise. Which is not going to be an easy time, because, oh boy, I've heard things from people. Yeah, good night, see you in the Discord, !Discord if you want to join. Make sure you read the rules, including the warning message about the bot. Bye.